Okay, welcome. I hope everything is working, because I had an update before the stream of my streaming software, and it's always a bit, you know the deal. You're about to stream, and then suddenly it says, "Yo, we have an update for you." And the first thing I think is, "Oh no." Oh no. It better not break my setup, but it didn't, so I think everything is fine. Let me save this project real quick. What is the date? The 13th. Oh shit, it's Friday the 13th. Holy shit. Well, that better not be a sign. Or maybe it's a good sign. It's Friday the 13th, boys. Let's make some evil bass sound or something. I don't know. I wanna do some sound design today. Let me save this first. Stream Friday 13th V1. Save. Nervous sweat. Exactly. Well, not with the Friday the 13th stuff, but with the update. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, let me go full screen on Ableton, and let's switch over. Yeah, I just want to do some sound design today, I think. It might turn into a track like it usually does, but that's just the process I feel of doing a sound design session. At some point I come across something and I go, okay, that sounds really cool. Let me make that into a little sketch. But yeah, I want to do some sound design. I have been playing around with processing some stuff lately, and just making bass sounds, and kind of like it. Just getting better at that, you know. Just practicing, basically, and basically making sounds that I can use later. So I think we'll make some more today. I also want to do some more releases on my Patreon, so I'm thinking about what we can do. I might do a little poll on my Patreon or something about what other kind of stuff you guys would like to see. Maybe like a monthly sample pack, or a monthly, I don't know, exclusive production video, or whatever. We'll see. If it sounds good, use it. Yeah, basically. But it's just, I just want to make some stuff. I also been getting into synthesizing snare drums. I usually never do that. I hate synthesizing snare drums, or at least I used to. But I kind of got into it a little bit last week, and kind of like it, to be honest. So might be a little change in the sound of my drums from now on. Let's get scientific. Bass is always tricky. Yeah, I'm feeling like maybe doing a gigantic processing chain or something on a really simple sound. Something like that. That could be fun to start off with. I did one yesterday, which was kind of cool. Was like, I basically just started with a sine wave, and I started processing that until I got some really weird shit. And I got some weird ones. Let's see. They're really loud, so if your headphones or speakers are turned up really loud, please turn them down right now, because these are basically hitting 0. So I've warned you. But they're kind of like, I made some different versions. I think the longer ones are quite kind of sick. And it's just a sine wave. That's it. It's a detuned sine. Like a mono detuned sine with 2 voices. And just a whole lot of processing on it. And then in the later parts there's some really weird things. Where is it? Oh, there. Really weird shit. So yeah, that was kind of fun. So might do something like that for the first one, or for the first thing. Yeah, and the processing chain was insanely long, but it kind of makes sense to do it that way. It does give you a lot of control, and even though that whole thing, like, it's a really long file because every time it loops, it gives me different kind of results, and that is because there's a couple of different effects in the chain that are not set to, let's say, a quarter note or an 8 note. They're set to like 3/16 notes or 5/16s, you know, just like using some auto filters and some other ones. And because of that, they're kind of like drifting away, or I guess they're drifting on a. They're basically drifting compared to the MIDI. So the notes loop around every 4 bars or something, and then the LFOs on the filters and on there's actually some phasers in there, I think, and there was like a flanger or a chorus in there. Those also have an LFO that moves in a different rate, and those all together kind of, every time it loops, created just different kind of variations of the same sound. So it was really interesting, and it all started with just 2 sine wave oscillators detuned from each other that were just yeah, that had a volume envelope on it or something like that. It was really simple. Well, I mean, the processing chain wasn't simple, but let's see. What should we do first? Oh yeah, and I have some vocal samples here I might want to use in a track, which I found. I just put them there. Might use them during this stream, so if I need a vocal sample or something, we don't have to search for anything. Might be good. Would be very nice to see the process. Yeah, I just wanna, you know, see what we end up with, and if just see what happens. Let's get started first with. Should I just put in a really simple kick and snare pattern first? That might be nice to have, so that we have a bit of a groove to work to, or a groove. Just a bit of something. I think I actually have. Yeah. Just a very basic kick drum. And I think I also had a snare drum, which was very simple and very basic, but could be good for like a layer or something. Oh, that's the wrong one. Definitely needs work, but we'll see. Winky dinks? What the fuck are those? I have no clue what that is. Well, I think I heard it somewhere, but I have no clue what it is. Dun, 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 dun. Let's just put in. Let's zoom in a bit. So what did I do here with the pitch? Okay, they're just down a lot. I think I did that so that I could easily do my sidechain as well. Let's also set up those so that I have that out of the way. Where is my sidechain? Right there. And then we have the sidechain for the snare. I'll actually keep them there. So now I can do this one. This is basically just a C3 note. So my sidechain is just a noise sample. So if I want to trigger the right sample, it needs to be a C3 note. Otherwise it's going to be pitched, right? Not that it really matters, but just to keep it, you know, simple. So what I'll do here is basically set up the kick patch so that, I'm not sure, can you guys see that part? Oh yeah, you can actually see that if that's close. Well, whatever. if I just make these lower, so these are now playing, what is it? This is playing C3, so this is the bottom note of the kick is playing C0, which is quite low. But if I hit a C3, we're getting C0. But if I then need, for instance, let's say the track is going to be in F, for instance, and this needs to be an F note instead. I don't want to change this note to F, because if I then need to have the same sort of like MIDI on my sidechain channel, and I copy this over, I need to change all those ones to C, which I don't want. So what I do is, instead of changing this one to F, you just take a MIDI effect, a pitch effect, put that in front of the serum, and just pitch this up with 5 semitones. So now all of these, even though the MIDI is C3, is going to be hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on F3, which gives us now an F0. So kind of easy to do it that way, and then I can very simply copy over the MIDI at any times if I change my kick pattern or whatever. Let's do that. Kick every beat or every bar, and then do a snare drum MIDI here as well. See, with this one I can do the same thing, but I think I don't need to, because if I have the snare drum hitting on C, that's actually a perfect fifth above F, so if the track is going to be in F, that might actually just work. So we can just leave that, just take that, do that. The snare drum sounds pretty shit, to be quite honest, but it's just a placeholder for now. So now we have that out of the way. Now we group that and just call that sidechain triggers. So if I need to, and I'll just turn this one off. So the audio is still going into the group. So now if I need to sidechain anything to both the kick and snare, I can take the output of this group. If I need to sidechain from just the kick, I take the output of this track, and if I need just on the snare, I can take the output of that track. But we still don't hear it. Let's do that. Okay, cool. Let's group that, call that drums. Now that sounds pretty shit, but it'll do for now. This is just very simple, it's just a sine wave, that's it. There's actually two. There's one that's 7 semitones up, and they're being controlled by these envelopes. I'll need like a layer in there as well, but cool. Let's just start with a really simple MIDI pattern, and let's take serum as well, why not? Everybody is watching patiently. If you've got anything to ask or anything, just type it in the chat, feel free, and I'll just see if I can show it to you. So see if we can do like a weird pitch thing. That's probably gonna be there, and then it's gonna loop. What can we do here? Let's just try that. Doesn't really matter too much for now. We're gonna probably change the MIDI completely later. It's just for now that we need something. Might even just put some extra notes in here, but I guess this might be good. Oh wait, let me actually check the... Oh no, it's actually working. Okay, let's do that, and let's just start with a sine wave. And I'll just do a volume envelope on it. Something like that, maybe. 1.4 or 1.2. Let's try 1.2. So we have a little bit more length on that. Might even be able to do a 1.4 because it doesn't get to the end. Okay, that might be good. Full octave higher on that last note. Yeah, that could work too. Just having like a... We'll see, we'll see. We'll just keep it like that for now. So now let's just process the hell out of it. I might not even do too much in Serum for now, because if we just do a lot of processing after this, and basically get like a whole bunch of interesting things out of it, and then we still have the synth with all its features basically still there, and all those changes we're going to make really early on in the chain will then have a huge effect. So we can then come back to the synth later and actually do quite a lot of interesting things. I think the only thing I'll do is you know what, let's just get rid of this and let's turn this into a high pass 18, and I'm gonna take the noise and just run that through here. Just add a little bit of noise to it, so that we have something sitting in the background. Just ever so slightly, let's see. Like I don't want to hear it, basically. Just a very tiny bit of noise. Now, do I want to do any distortion in here? I think I'll actually leave that. So another thing I'm going to do is just add a little bit of movement to this. So just do a little bit of that. Kind of nice, maybe a little bit more. It's super quiet, I know. Has like no harmonics almost. Now let's do some stuff on it. Let's see. Let's just take some of the Ableton effects. Let's try... Let's start with a saturator. Just do a little bit of soft sine. Cool. Let's try a bit of dynamic tube. try pedal. Sure, let's do that. See how we're slowly getting stuff in there that sounds more interesting. Another thing, because I might want to do some really high notes later and try stuff out. And generally what happens with the higher the sounds, they get the harsher when you do like a lot of distortion on them and stuff like that. Cyberpunk kicks in. So, do you wanna see something? The vocals that I actually found earlier. There's one in them that makes me go, holy shit, I want to see if I can turn that into a track. I think it's this one. Yeah. The vocal is actually from like some kind of a cyberpunk role-playing video, I think. Some girl doing some role-playing on YouTube with like cyberpunk shit. I don't know. I found it randomly by searching for cyberpunk and looking for vocals. And I found this thing, so I already did a little processing on it with RX to get rid of some of the background noise. But and I have a little alter boy on it doing some like formant shifting and pitch shifting. But the vocal that she spoken in that video has like an odd musical kind of pattern to it. Listen. And now you say cyberpunk, and that's why I want to show it to you.
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
It's fucking nice.
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
Just need to adjust it properly so that it hits on the right beats. But I think that could be a really cool one for a track. And I found like a bunch of other ones in the same video that made me go, maybe could use them somewhere. But now you say that, I go like, hey. But I saved those already there so that we don't have to search for anything. Yeah, it sounds really cool. It just needs a lot of, I think it was maybe, I don't know. Might have been like even an ASMR role-playing video, now I hear it. There's like a whole bunch of clicks in it as well, which are basically just, like this is the original vocal.
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
Do stuff like that at the end, that's definitely gonna have to be adjusted, because that's really gonna pop out if I'm gonna process that. So, I'll figure that out. Maybe iZotope RX could work for that. I've used the RX spectral noise, what is it? The spectral denoiser, I think. I've used that one to kind of get rid of some of the noise. I made it mono. And then I used this thing. Basically selected this section right here, where she's not speaking. And basically just click learn and captured the noise profile of that section. So it actually basically just, it knows what the background noise sounds like. You just need to find for a section where there's no speech going on. And then it captures that. So that's this curve, this orange one. That's basically the noise profile that it has found. So that's just a frequency curve of the noise, basically. And then it uses spectral stuff to remove that noise, depending on the settings that you use. So this line is basically what it reduces it to. So the noise is still there, but it's reduced to a lot quieter. That's like, what is that? That is... it's like a 34, 35 decibel difference. So that immediately just turns that...
Where we might as well...
into...
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
And by adjusting these, and especially if I up this, that's gonna really increase the latency. Look at the CPU meter right here. It's just continuously in the red right now because I moved this all the way up, but...
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
You can definitely make it sound very clean, so that works. And then I just did a little thing on it here.
Legal. Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
That's really just cutting it even tighter. Bit of EQ. And then that little alter boy, which is...
Where we might as well.
Where we might as well.
That's just doing the fun stuff, right?
Where we might as well.
All be cyborgs. Where we might as well. All be cyborgs.
So yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. There's like other parts in that video as well that I found that made me go, maybe I could use it. I don't know what all these are, but
Now will act to regulate.
that one is kind of cool too.
Now will act to regulate.
With all those really pronounced clicks and shit, I really have to get rid of those. But hey, that's for later. That's if we actually get like a tune started. Yeah, I think it's ASMR content. I think it was some... I searched for cyberpunk, and then or dystopia, I think it was. And I was like, dystopia... I think I didn't search for ASMR. I searched for dystopian book reading or something like that. And I also searched for, I think it was Neuromancer book reading. I found like one guy doing a proper one, but the audio quality is absolute shit, so it's gonna be really difficult. It's even worse than this one, so that one is almost unusable. I found another one, which was, of course, just William Gibson himself, the writer of Neuromancer, who read his entire book. And those are available on YouTube, but I don't think his voice is that interesting. Like, no offense to him, by the way, he's an amazing writer, but I don't think he's the right reading voice, to be honest. So, but I think through that sort of like rabbit hole on YouTube that I went into, I came across this video, and I was like, hey, that's actually quite useful. And the first thing that made me go think of that was like the actual tone of the voice, of course. But then when I went through it later in like Ableton, I came across that part about those cyborgs and shit, and that made me go like, hey, that's actually really interesting, because that part is somehow just very musical.
Where we might as well all be cyborgs.
Dun 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 dun. That's kind of what it's doing. So it's really sort of like a musical phrase, which is kind of weird, but it's kind of cool. I might have to pitch it into like the right notes that I want, but could definitely work. It's getting dark quick. One moment, let me first close my window, because otherwise I'm gonna get mosquitoes again. I'll I'll just put this on play. Sick, bro. We're done. Yo, light, turn on. Really? Did my light break? One moment. Let me unplug you, bitch. Wait. No, it's not broken. Nice. We got light. Okay. Let me turn this up a little. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this. So we have a pretty good body already. Like, that is pretty nice already. We can kind of use that. So what I think I would do right now is just put like an audio effect rack in here, and just make like one chain, which is going to be the main body of the synth, which is basically what we already have. And then we can create like another chain, and on that one we're just gonna process it some more and do some weird shit. So let's do pitch and modulation. Let's try starting with a chorus. Oh yeah, let's just do that. Let's just make it really phasey and shit. Do all kind of weird shit. That's cool. Let's try another one. Let's do... Sure. Amp. Oh, let's put it right there. Let me, was it that? I think it is. Yeah. There you go. Damn. Should we try going 2 voices on this and then just making it mono? Oh yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool. No, I just have it on my master right here. There's just like right here on my master, I just have a wave candy thing. One for the oscilloscope and one for the vectorscope that's right here. Cool. Let's start with that. I have been watching actually. I watched a Patreon exclusive video on the Patreon from the Caracal Project and Skylark, and I picked up a really handy little thing that he did, which I never knew you could do with a multiband dynamics. Let's say you have a sound and you're processing it and it gets too sort of like squashed in a way, right? Which is this kind of becoming because of the amp. What you can do is take like a multiband dynamics and just turn this off so that you basically only have one band, and just find like do like something like that, so it kind of like makes it tighter. It's not doing it yet, but now we're gonna take the sidechain input from basically Serum right here, so track 14. So just take that pre-effects, so before all of the effects. So it's gonna take the output of Serum, which has a volume envelope on it, right? It's kind of like a pretty sort of like a plucky shape. So now it applies that to the compression here, and we've made that distorted sound that was really over-processed back to something really tight again, which is kind of very interesting. So, and then you have this, of course. You can kind of just bring that back, which is really nice. Let's do a bit of EQ on this one. Let's just do it after that. Oh yeah, another thing. Because the higher notes, the more processing we do, the higher notes, especially if we're gonna go up to like, you know, octaves like there, you can hear it gets like harsher and harsher because of the processing and distortion. So what could be fun to do is put like a little low pass on this thing right here, so it's kind of like when we go to those really high notes, the notes basically are getting quieter and quieter now. So maybe even do something like that. Like, it's not really doing much right now. But the moment we start doing... So you can hear that they now get less harsh than before, which is because... See, they're basically above the point where this low-pass filter is starting to roll off those frequencies, so they're getting quieter, and therefore they're also hitting the processing quieter. So now you can basically do a shitload of processing on it, and by tweaking this low-pass filter, you can make the processing on the higher notes less harsh, or harsher if that's what you need. Yeah, it's a very simple way of doing it. Now obviously it might change the phase a little bit, but if you're doing sound design, who the hell cares about phase, right? It's really not an issue at all. So the issue comes with phase when you're starting to mix stuff and when you're starting to work on getting everything to sit right in the mix. And that's when I would try and be careful with like effects that really change the phase. But if you're doing sound design, who the hell cares? Like, I don't care. So let's see what we need to add to it. Let's do some weird shit. Sure. We're gonna need a really long effects chain for this, but that's gonna be fun. So let's do... Yeah, let's do something like that. And what else can we add to it? Ooh, should we do a spectral resonator? Let's try. Let's try and see what we get. That thing is really interesting. I'll show you something cool. If you have the spectral resonator here, by default set to Hertz mode, which just allows you to do that. Basically, you can automate it if you want. But what you can also do is you can take the MIDI. So you can take the MIDI from the track that this effect is on. And since this is a MIDI track, if we do that, it now reads the incoming MIDI coming from this MIDI clip. And we can see it coming in as well. So we can say pre-effects. And now let's do MIDI. And now the pitch of this spectral resonator is following the notes in here. And we can tune them. So we can say maybe we want that plus 24. Or we want that 19. And you can already hear that could be something we can automate. To get sort of like some interesting tones out of this. Now, right now it sounds pretty shit, but let's do the chorus one. Or we could do some unison. That's also pretty fun, playing around with the stretch. It gives you like really weird harmonics. Now it needs to be a bit louder, this one, so let's do a saturator on it. Let's just crank that up a bit. Let's do 8 or something. That's pretty quiet still. Yeah, the spectral resonator is very fun. It's actually a lot of fun. You got the granule. Like, that one is sick too. So weird. Let's try 12. Ooh. That might be cool. Should we do a little filter on it? Let's do a filter in before the amp. And just do this. And then let's use the envelope in here. Is that even doing something? Or do we need to give it a sidechain input? There we go. Maybe bandpass. That could be fun. I wish we could give this thing key tracking. Like, it has a sidechain input, so it can read the MIDI in. So, or not really, I think, it's just taking the audio. It would be nice if this filter had a MIDI input, so you can sidechain or MIDI track the position of the filter. That would be insane. I wish they would add that. That would be great. Okay, let's just see if that can work as a layer. Let's try an overdrive instead. Okay, let's get rid of the amp. Cool. So now we have two layers in here. This is, what is this? Oh. Oh. No. A vowel layer or something. Now we're still a long way ahead of a good bass though. But it's getting somewhere. It's starting to sound interesting. Because remember, if we turn this off, and I'm just gonna do that, so it's really just that. So okay, let's throw on a bit of OTT, doesn't hurt. There we go. Let's try actually use another these. Let's see, what do I need to shorten? Okay, no, not like that. It's a shame that it gets quieter there. See? For some reason makes the sub a lot heavier too. Oh, the sub is +6. Ah, actually sounds pretty good actually. Not gonna lie. Cool. Sure. Okay, let's do some more stuff. Okay, now let's see if we can do some really stuff that's gonna make it different every time it loops, so that we get a whole bunch of variations, because that's when you usually get like the really interesting stuff that you probably will have to resample, but then, I don't know, get like just chop it up and find like the best parts, right? And the other thing as well, because we start from a monophonic sound, it's probably still gonna sound good in mono right now. Like, we can try. Let's just put utility mono on the master. Let's put it at the end. Lose a little bit of stuff, so okay, that second layer is probably a bit too wide. So that's this one. Now that is probably coming from the chorus, maybe? No, that is set to no width. This one is set to 50, but that's not the width, I think. That's just the spread in frequencies. That's not doing that. Oh, it's probably the spectral resonator that's causing the width. I'm not sure if we can control that in here, to be quite honest. Like, we got a unison amount and shit, but... yeah, okay. Now, it's no big deal. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just take a utility and put that right here and just decrease the width a little bit. Which is also gonna make it a bit quieter. But that way the mono and the stereo version are gonna sound closer together. And we can process this further to kind of bring out what we need from it. Like, we're still not even nowhere near an interesting bass line, so we got a lot of stuff to do. Let's move on. Let's do another rack. Let's create one chain. Let's put a filter in it. And let's unsolo that so that we have bass. There we go. Now, first things first, I want to make sure that we preserve the low end. That we have a good low end layer, because that's what we definitely need for bass. So, something like that is what we definitely need. But maybe bring it down a little bit more. Like that. And then let's use the MIDI input again. So, take, or what is that, audio input? I'm not sure. I think it's the audio input actually. Let's just do pre-effects and just do that's kind of moving a little bit. See, like that. It's not re-triggering every time, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. That's how we get variety. Give it a bit of resonance as well. And now should I maybe do a bit of movement on here? Try some odd kind of thing. 3/4 maybe? So that every time it loops, we get different things. So now I should probably... let's just add a couple of notes in between here as well. See, it's already changing. Let's just add that in between. But that's kind of our new bass groove that we're getting, which is nice, actually. And we can see our bass is pretty mono still, so that's good. Now let's add another chain, and on this one do another filter. And this one's going to be our mid-range, so Maybe a bandpass could be nice, so that we don't have much low end. And let's maybe do the same thing on here as well. So let's use the input pre-effects. By making this 1, for instance, or I don't know, the other one was 3/8, so maybe do this one 1/2, so that they're gonna be completely different basically every time. Or don't we have a 5/16 or something? Yeah, 5/16. That's really, now they're really gonna be odd from each other. See, we get just all kinds of movements, and we might even, it might even be good to just do that, because if it loops and goes back with this thing, it's actually gonna re-trigger, I think, because it does is, I think it is tied to the position of the track somehow, but let's try the other way around. I think I'll do that one. So now we have 2 layers. Let's do maybe a bit of noise on that one. So let's try a bit of erosion, adding a bit of that. Bit of white noise so that we get some stereo on that, maybe. That stereo is just noise, so that's gonna be no big deal. We can always have that. You can already hear this part right here, that it's doing some weird stuff because of the 2 filters that are sort of like moving. Well, right now we are only hearing that filter, but I think it's also the detuning maybe in the synth. Yeah, we had some detuning going on here as well, so that's also happening. The voices every now and then sort of like just cancel each other out, and that's when the noise is being brought up, because remember I added a very tiny bit of noise in Serum right here as well, and that is being brought up the moment the 2 voices of the sine waves cancel each other out. So that just adds some movement as well, which is kind of cool. And we're now slowly starting to hear that. See right there? It's kind of cool. Let's do... What should we do? Let's try maybe... I guess we could put a saturator on it. Never hurts. Okay, the other one. This one is going to be very interesting. Ooh. I like that kind of movement. And we can also play with the offset to kind of change the first one and how that starts. Now we need to listen to it with the other one as well. That's kind of a cool position, kind of works well with the other layer, so let's use that. Now I can try doing, tightening this up a little bit again. See if that makes it any better. Just turn these off, bring that down, bring it up. Let's take the input from this track without the effects so that we have the volume envelope from the first initial synth. Kind of cool. Bit of reverb on it maybe, on this layer. Like a short reverb. Are you guys liking this stream so far, by the way? I feel like this stream is so far pretty interesting. We have somebody in the chat, what are you saying? Okay, let's do a little bit of reverb on it. Probably very small, but we'll start with quite a high mix so that we can hear it properly. That maybe. I want to check how this sounds in mono right now. That's close enough. That's not too bad. Let's back these off a little bit in volume. Because we're starting to clip. Let's just do -6 on both of them. So we have a little bit of headroom again at the end here. Let's name these as well. This is the low layer, and then this is the mid. I don't need to add layer. What the fuck? Lows and mids. Small rooms are great on mid layers for bass, by the way. Sometimes even on the low end. Like, sometimes just having like a really short room reverb can be very, very helpful in making a bass sound very interesting. Like, it's not gonna be Like, sometimes I'll have them that short that it's not even that noticeable. Like, you're not even... Like, when you hear that bass sound and when you ask somebody, is that bass sound that knows, like, a little bit of stuff about production, of course, and ask them, like, is this bass sound dry or wet in terms of reverb? Then they would 100% say dry. But if you take the reverb out, then you notice it. And then you're like, whoa, that does actually really make a little difference. You know, it's those little things, because you don't want it to be super wet, of course, unless that's the style of track you're going for, I guess, but... Okay. It's still nothing where we need it to be, though. It's getting somewhere, though, because, again... That's what we started with. That's kind of interesting. What this is now doing, is it's kind of messing with the pitch. It's messing with the pitch of this vowel-y kind of layer, which before this one. Like, almost don't even hear it. There we go. See? So it's messing with the pitch, which with all the processing and the other one... gives us, like, even more variety. Like, just randomized stuff, which is always good. What should we add? What should we add? Holy shit. I don't know what that dog is doing, but... not my dog. Probably those annoying neighbors again. I got some new neighbors since not too long ago. And they have, they're living in a pretty similar house to what I live in. And they have literally 5 American Staffords in that house. And they're like, you know, they came living here and they basically came to our door and basically said like, yeah, we're really big dog lovers and we do shows with our dogs and like we're really big dog lovers. They came living here like 4 or 5 months ago. I literally haven't seen them walk their dogs once. I hear them spray their backyard clean about 4 times a day. So, I know where those dogs are doing their shit. So, fucking dog lovers my ass. And they're just annoying as well. Like, those dogs, they just, every day, they go into the backyard. And they need to bark. And these people, they don't say anything. Like, they don't do anything about it either, so... It's just so annoying, honestly. I've actually had a couple of weeks ago, I was trying to make a video, and I was trying to record a voiceover for a video, and like every time I started record, they started barking. Like, it's so goddamn annoying. And then, you know, like, I would wait until those dogs are back inside, and then like 10 minutes later I'm like, okay, cool, start a new recording. Like 2 minutes in or 4 minutes in, bam, dogs are outside again. It's so, yeah. But yeah, what can you do, you know? But it's shit though, it's really shit. Luckily there's like one house in between, but still. The only funny thing is that every time my dog barks, which only barks once if somebody walks by in the garden or something, or like outside of the garden, he just barks once, and then it's over. But now ever since they came living here, he barks once, and those dogs will end up barking for like 10 more minutes. And he's like, what the fuck? And my dog just walks back inside, he's like, okay, whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's just annoying, you know. Never used a vinyl distortion. Let's see what that thing is about. Oh yeah, I used it a couple of times, but never really that much. Thing is weird. I like what it does on these. Oh, that's actually not part of that. My bad. That's funny. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. The hell? Ooh, that's harsh. Okay. What's this doing? Ooh, look at that stereo. That's weird. Look at this right here. Like, it looks like this. It's already kind of weird. It's already really weird. Where did that happen? Oh, the overdrive. Interesting. Okay, well, whatever. I'm fine with that. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's I hate people like that, you know, like fucking don't get dogs then. Like, and especially these people as well. Like, they say that they walk these shows with these dogs, whatever kind of shows you're gonna walk with an American Stafford, I don't know, but and then they have 5 of them. They don't walk them. They just shit in the garden, basically, and then they piss in the garden, and they basically spray the garden with their with water every day. And these dogs don't get any fucking walks at all. I don't see them taking their dogs out once. So it's kind of weird, you know? It's really weird. I don't get it. Just don't get dogs. Look at that. That's weird. actually don't mind it. Let's try out grouping that and creating a rack. And mapping that. Let's just make a dry wet for this thing. Because it doesn't have a dry wet. Let's just make one. So let's call this one wet, dry. Go into the mapping and let me change that so it's going to 0, and then invert one of them. Invert the dry channel so that when this is down we hear the dry. Oh, it really cancels itself out if we do that. Okay, in that case we'll just use the one with the distortion. I guess this kind of works like a dry wet. This increases or decreases the overall distortion amount created by both the tracing model and the pinch. Okay, cool, that's what I need. Just back it down a bit. Okay, we have some interesting stuff happening now. What else can we do to it to make it interesting? I guess we'll start processing it after the rack again. Let's put another OTT on it. When in doubt, just put OTT on it. That's really gonna bring out the tills, which is definitely, that's coming from the reverb, obviously. That really short reverb that we added. This OTT is now gonna bring those tills of that reverb up a lot, which is nice. It really starts filling up all the gaps, which is really what we need. So let's boost this up a bit. Now you can see we're also losing sub. Let's just mess with this a little bit. And let's bring this down. So we got a bit back. And then let's bring this time up a bit. I think we could do another resonator indeed. But I'm thinking maybe just a regular resonator. Okay, let's see if we want to use all of this. I'm just looking at my oscilloscope right here at the top, so I can see sort of like what the sub is doing. And I want that sub to be nice and loud, of course. See, like that. So now we have a really big amount of sub there. That's good. I wonder what happens if I put the sidechain input on this. Let's try it out. Whoa! Not what we need. Retreat! We can try another one of these. Turn off the high band. And let's just bring this up a bit. And let's see if we can... or maybe just do this. Let's see if we can take that sidechain input here. That one. See, I can actually control the mids different from the sub if I want to, like this. Now I'm just shortening up those mids again. And some of those hits now become kind of stabby, which is kind of nice. Those right there at the end, those. It's kind of nice. To the Russian person in the chat, please keep your stuff in English because otherwise I can't read it. And otherwise I'm gonna have to ban you. That's how easy it is. So please keep the chat in English. And we can play around with the crossover frequency here. Probably just put it somewhere low because we want to basically just have the sub be sort of like nice and sustained. Or at least as sustained as it is gonna be with this, you know? Yeah, it's just fun, you know? This is so much fun doing this kind of stuff. Because every now and then you just select everything, turn it off, and remember yourself that you started with a detuned sine wave. Is it because I'm black? Angelite, welcome mate. What headphones do you use? I use the the Beyerdynamics DT880 Pros. Oh yeah, like I don't mind people from other languages, like don't get me wrong. It's just that I want to be able to read what you're typing in the chat, because otherwise I don't know what you're talking about, right? And also other people, right? Other watchers, other viewers. So, that sounds pretty cool already though. So... Now, we need a couple of things on this to control it a bit, because we're clipping again. So let's just take a limiter. And I also really need to check again how this sounds in mono. It's not too bad actually. Not that big of a difference. No, we don't need to separate that. We've actually got that controlled throughout the entire thing. That's the whole thing. We start with this, which has sub, and has all the sub we need. It's just that over time, we need to kind of control that, so that's what we're doing as well. Like, up until here, that sub is still clearly there. So, then we have this. And right here we have two layers. One is exactly that. And then the other one adds that on top of it. So together, we get that. But it still has the sub. And the sub is still there. It's just controlled. And from there on, that just keeps on happening, basically. Like this as well. This is tightening up the mid-range, but it's leaving the sub. So that the sub is just still there. It's not being touched. There's a little bit of phase change, of course, because of the multiband stuff, but that's fine. Like, we're doing sound design. We're not doing any mixing or anything, so we're not really caring about that. That's just beefing it up. Removing some of that. And then this rack is the same thing again. That's the low layer. And that's where all the crazy mids are coming from. Now I do think those mids are a little bit too wide, so I think what I'm gonna do is do a little bit of mid-side EQ on that. And I might also want to do an EQ on it in general, because I haven't done that yet. And it's layered with a low layer, so we might want to make sure that there's no sub in that. So all of that is just basically clashing with this other layer, so we don't need that. So let's just do this and just go for maybe 160 or something. And this is a mid-side EQ, by the way, so in the sides we also have a lot of sub. So let's get rid of that as well, and I'm probably gonna go a little bit higher in the sides. Like something like that, probably. Maybe boost. Now we can play around with this. Playing with that detuning is going to give us different things, especially if we start incorporating like really high stuff. So let's actually let's make this clip a bit longer. Okay. Let's go for that one. Now we can add more side stuff to it later if we need to, but with like an extra layer again. Okay, let's see if we can do another cool thing in here somewhere. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. Let's repeat that. Do this. Sure, that sounded pretty cool actually. Let's do this. Let's loop that. That's weird, but I kind of like it. Um... The mid layer is so weird. Ooh, I actually like that. As opposed to having it a little higher. Which cool too, but I know what we're gonna do. Sure, something like that. Now the only thing is, do I want these to be right there, or maybe on a slightly different? That's better. 4, 4, 2. Okay, now I have to adjust these. That's a little annoying, I should have done it earlier, but it's not that big of a deal. It's only a couple of ones, luckily. Oh, 4, 4, 2. Brought them down a little bit too much. Good one! Saving. That's a good one. I did now. Let me grab a drink. Because I have been out for a while now. Okay, so now we have that, which kind of... Let's see if we can do another thing here. See what that sounds like. Oh, that could be cool. Should we do another one in front of it? Might get a little weird, but we're already getting weird, so. Okay, let's try something else. Let's not do that one. Just keep that one. That's kind of cool. Maybe the other way around. Yeah, sure, let's just keep that. So we have all of this. Now this thing is getting a little dry again. Now on the mid-range. Because this, of course. So we could add a short reverb again. But let's try... Yeah, let's just start with another audio effect rack. Should I try split this? Like I can just do... Heck, we can even just do an EQ3. At maybe 200-ish. Maybe lower, 150. And let's do another one. Oh yeah, just do that. So we have those two together. 150. Okay, let's see. I could try again doing a little reverb on it. Let's just start with that, see what that sounds like. Little Valhalla room maybe. Very short again. Now we can try something. Okay, let's call this low, and this is mids and highs, but whatever. We can try adding something to it that we could maybe bring in every now and then, something like that. Somebody was saying resonator, spectral resonator. I think we could try maybe the regular resonator. Because like I said, I watched one of the Patreon exclusive videos on the Carolcore Project's Patreon, and he was using the resonator to try and kind of create a chord, and then using sort of like similar techniques as what I showed earlier with that multiband dynamics to kind of shape the dynamics of it, and sort of like add a chord layer on top of a bass sound, and it was super interesting. I never used a resonator, so it opened up a whole new world for me, to be quite honest. So we have the regular resonator. Let's put that in here. And first of all, it's what it's gonna do now. It's just gonna sound really weird. That's what it's doing now. So let's see. Let's turn these off. Turn the dry wet all the way up. Now this track would be, or this bass line, whatever it is in F. So we can adjust this to F maybe. F1. Or F2. Oh, we cannot do octave jumps, that's annoying. And now we can add stuff to it, so... What kind of a chord should we... Let's say we're gonna make a track today. I'm not sure if we're gonna do that. It's 10:15, we have plenty of time, and we're getting close to something that sounds like a bass line that we can start using, so... Let's see if we can come up with an interesting sounding chord, real quick. That would sound interesting in the intro. And then we can use that in the resonator to kind of create that same chord on top of the bass. Which could be very interesting. Let's just take an operator. And just a sine wave, yeah, like that, okay, cool. And I'll just go to here. By the way, did you guys heard? Upcoming Ableton update. There's a new update coming out soon for Ableton. The current beta is already out, and I tested it. They fixed the pitch bend bug. Let's just take a moment of silence for that. After years of people complaining, they finally fixed the pitch bend bug. They did. It's actually an option you need to turn on in the upcoming update. In the menu here at the top, there's like a little thing, and it basically is an option that will auto reset whatever envelopes you're using to the default value at the end of a clip. Finally. But they didn't fix the bug now that has been introduced since Live 11, where if you make a new MIDI clip on a new track, so make a new MIDI track and then make a MIDI clip, it defaults to 1/16. In the previous versions of Ableton, it would default to the narrow adaptive grid, which makes a lot more sense. Right now, I made a clip that is 2 bars long. 4 bars. Yeah, this is 4 bars long, so 16 notes are now actually pretty usable, right? We can see if we want to make a drum pattern, for instance, let's say kick, snare, kick, snare, and then we can actually draw in our hi-hats on 16s, for instance, right? So, that's useful. But let's say we make a 16 bar section, because we're working on an intro, and we're working on like a pad layer. Bam! How unusable is that? Whereas before, with the adaptive grid, it would look like that. And it would be really easy to just click in a note at the start of the clip. Whereas now it defaults to 1/16. And then how many times I have this, that I want to make a note start right here at the start, and I do that. And it just doesn't start at the start. I need to adjust it, and it's really cumbersome. Now, the thing is, I actually was reading on the bug forums of the Ableton beta, and some people have the issue and other people don't. But what's even weirder, that for some people it now defaults to 1/4, and for other people it defaults to 1/8, and for me it defaults to 1/16. Whereas there's also people where it still defaults to narrow adaptive. So it's really weird. I tried saving it in a default preset, I tried saving it in the default MIDI track preset, I tried saving it into my Ableton template. None of them work. So it's kind of annoying. And now I'm waiting for them to fix that bug, because that would be quite nice. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's causing it. So let's see. If we're gonna have an intro, let's say we're gonna have the intro based around 1 chord. Maybe we'll introduce a 2nd chord later, but let's just start with 1. So we'll have like an F note, and then we're gonna have something on top. Now maybe go for a 5th. So we get that. And then like this would be a minor 7th. That's obviously not going to be the sound that we want to have, but a 9th would now be G in the case of minor. So if we, let's use that G sharp and G together. So we kind of create that minor ninth, sort of like harmonic. That could be fun. Let's see, maybe take this one away. That one, that one. Let's leave those two. Hear that sort of like harmony? That's a really interesting kind of sound. Maybe introduce the C again as well. It's really inharmonic sounding, but as soon as you start adding in the other ones, it kind of just is a minor ninth chord, but without the root on this one, and what is that? The seventh. Let's try adding that chord to the bass. Yo, NXZW. Are you really the first one on Twitch right now, by the way? Kinda looks like it. By the way, boys, if anybody of you is watching right now, and if you're new, I have a Discord server as well. And if you want to join, you can join. In the Discord server, we have feedback, all that kind of stuff. We got channels for sharing drum breaks, samples, all that kind of stuff as well. And just general music production chat. So if you want to join, then you can join using the link that... Oh, it just dropped my donation links in the chat as well. So if you want to help me support during these streams, then you can either make a donation or support through Patreon, where you can find extra samples and downloads and stuff like that. But if you want to join the Discord, then that's the link to the Discord. Oh, it didn't send it to Twitch. Now it did. Okay, so let's see if we can add that chord. So we have F. In this case we have an F1. So let's move this one up to F2. So we have the same thing as what that thing was doing there. So let's try adding that chord to the bass, see what happens. So that would be F. And then we get on top of that, we get a minor third an octave up. So that will be 15. Let's do this one, plus 15. Why don't we hear anything? Why are we not hearing that? Oh, because this is soloed, my bad. See, we can already start hearing sort of like harmonics coming in. Don will never say any idea how they got the movement on the sub. I would have to hear the track, and I'm not going to play the track on stream because then we're going to get a copyright claim. So I'm not going to do that. But you're free to ask me later in my Discord. So if you want to join Discord, and just drop it in there and just ask me after the stream or tomorrow or something like that, and I'll try and come back to you. Like, that's the thing, like, with release tracks, I can't play them on stream, because then I'm gonna get copyright claims and all that bullshit. So... Hey, somebody threaded the pitch bend bug thing. Nice. Full stacks. Nice one. Yeah, it's really cool. Really glad that they're finally fixing the pitch bend bug. So I've been waiting for that for so long. So then we got the fifth on top of that. So that would be 19. So let's add a 19 to this. Okay, cool. And then we get that other one, which is, what is that gonna be? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 up. Are we able to go that much up? That's the question. I think it only goes to 24. Yeah. Damn it! Motherfuckers! Oh, we can do 14 maybe. Then it's an octave lower. Then we get Discord. Ooh, that's gonna be weird. Oh, it kinda works though. Kinda like it. Sure, why not? Kinda sounds interesting. I wish we could go up further though, like that 26 or whatever it was. But, whatever. Let's decrease the width as well, because we're working on a bass sound, so... Like, we can have some width, but not that much. Let's just do 50. Okay, let's see what happens if we EQ this in front of that thing. So, let's just put an EQ in front of it, and... I don't know. We can also use the filter that's in here, by the way. Maybe we can automate that. Let's, damn it. Add lane for that one. So we can see where the automations are for that one. And let's, automate this. Maybe like that. A little bit lower. Copy that. Do that a little bit higher. That maybe. Okay, we can try this out. Let's see if what happens if we bring this up to F2 or F3. It's getting a little bit too high, I think. We can also try C, perfect fifth. Then these are gonna be all over the place and all different, but... Ooh, that's actually kinda interesting. F2. Interesting. Okay, next. This one needs to be more interesting, this chord layer. Like, I love doing this. This is so cool. Just playing around with processing the hell out of a detuned sine wave. Like, and remember, I still have this patch, and this patch, there's nothing going on except for this little bit of noise, which I'm not even sure if it makes that much difference. Let's see. Let's listen to the entire thing. It's a little noisier with this, but it's very subtle, so that is okay. Now I can still play around with this thing. For instance, let's add another oscillator, and let's do let's try some weird kind of pulse width shape or something, maybe. That might be a bit much. Yeah, maybe this one. And using that to FM this one. FM from B. It's almost not even doing anything right now. That's weird. Should be FMing, right? Yeah, let's bring this up. See, but now we still have this entire patch we can play around with and do all kinds of interesting stuff. So we can use this. Let's bring this down. So that dot is sort of the low notes are sort of like at the lowest part of this graph. And then bring this up maybe to that one, maybe a little bit higher. So we get that. And then what we can do, for instance, is add this to the FM. So there's no FM on the low note, but when we go to higher notes, FM starts to be introduced. Interesting. Now I do want to check what happens if we play around with this low pass filter here that's in front of everything, because that might be rolling off a lot of the FM that's being created. So if we increase this, we should hear more of it. Now another thing we could try is adding this one to here as well, but just with a tiny amount. So it's just adding a little bit of movement. Let's move this one up to here. And go into the matrix. Yes. LFO1 to the warp, and let's control that with the note modulator as well. it's so like the higher notes are getting a little bit of a weirder tone. And we can also set this to 2 voices as well if we want. Bring this down so that we have the same detuning on both. So to achieve that, let's bring the detune down on both and then assign a macro to both of them, call that detune, and now I can use this one to make sure that they are the exact same detune setting. Kind of interesting. Maybe play around with like a pitch envelope. So let's do envelope. Let's assign that, so LFO2, to the global master tuning. Unipolar. Make that faster. Now remember, we have that. We can also control this with the note modulator. So let's see what happens if we do that. Then we get a pitch bend on the higher notes. Interesting. Can we invert that? Now it's doing something else. That's kind of cool. Let's see what happens with the chord layer. Okay, let's do EQ on that. And we need to create more sort of like harmonics in this as well, because like it does open up a little bit, but I think a reverb on this is also gonna help. So again, go with like a short reverb on this, probably. Maybe a little longer than the previous one. Let's try an auto pan. In front of the reverb, probably. And let's do... That's basically what it's doing now, so... It's like creating some weird rhythm in it. It's kind of cool, actually. Maybe go for 5/16 so we get all kind of weird ones. What is that normal switch? Oh, inverting it. Ah, okay. Go for 1/4. I mean, it's funny that we're literally just looping like a little, what is it, 2-bar section or something. No drums. We're just doing some sound design, that's it. But it's fun. These are the fun streams, I think. Let's just leave that a little bit like that. We can play around with this though, because this is quite fun. That's nice. Let's do some stuff on that. Bit of flanger maybe. Let's do it in front of the reverb. Now, let's try... Which one should we do? Pedal? I'm feeling adventurous. Let's try pedal. Sure, sounds pretty good. Overdrive. Let's go 100%. Let's bring you up maybe. So it's getting so weird. Try adding a bit of noise with the erosion to it as well, just to kind of fill in a bit of that high end. Just do a bit of this. I wish we could control this with a sidechain input as well. How great would that be? So that you can control the amount with a sidechain input. That would be sick. They need to add that. I know what I'm adding as a bug, or as a feature request. Fat drums needed, yeah, for sure, but we're mostly doing sound design today, but we're gonna probably do some drums as well. Let's save. Because we have modulators. We've got an envelope follower. Whatever. Let's see with the rest. It's also changing all the time now because of these auto pans and the filters and all of that, so that's really fun. You can just resample, like loop this for like, I don't know, 2 minutes and just resample that, and you're gonna have all kinds of different variations of the same sort of like loop, which is really fun, and then you can just make the best sounding version out of all of them. But I would probably get to that if I actually, when I finished, you know, working on sort of like the main thing as well, when I know sort of like, okay, this is starting to sound like an actual track, and then just, you know, like resample the bass and sort of like chop it up. Joint laid. This is a distorted detuned sine wave, and the resonator is giving it its melodic tones. Yeah, kinda. It is indeed a detuned sine wave underneath all of that. Well, it's not a detuned sine wave anymore because we added this to it, which I want to play around with as well, because that is going to really make a change, changing out the wavetable here. But we started with this, basically. That's basically just the original sound. And from there it was just like a lot. Okay, that one is not good yet. I like it a lot before that one, actually. That one is really good too. The chord layer isn't good yet. That's one thing that's for sure, because this, without the chord layer, it's quite heavy. It's quite nice, actually. But the chord layer is still a little weird. Ooh, what does that do? I'm trying to figure out what that's doing, but... Oh wait, we can hover over it, of course. This holds the decay time constant regardless of the actual pitch. When disabled, low notes decay longer than higher notes. Okay. Whatever, I don't know, but okay. I'll just leave it on or off. Such a weird layer. Let's see. Maybe that distortion is a little bit much, actually. Let's do a glue compressor on this. Right here. Let's do this. Make sure we don't have any nasty low end going into that. Like, we do kind of need those frequencies, but just gonna decrease them a little bit. Not sure if I like the erosion. Okay, whatever. Let's leave it off for now. Let's just get rid of these and that one. Oh, we cannot do that. We can do that. that. Let's do that. And let's do this. So now, if we assign something to this, so let's do that to macro 1, we can bring that chord in, basically. We don't need it, we can just... Yeah, it sounds a little weird. Let's try other pitches. I do kind of like it, but F1. We don't need that limiter here, by the way, now. That's just doing a lot of limiting for nothing. Yeah, that's cool. And like I said, we now have this as well, so we can do it without it if we need sections without, and then do with if we need sections with. Map that to macro 2, so that's going to be the resonator. Let's just do res decay. So we can also automate that. 12.7 is the lowest that it's set to right now. Let's actually just adjust that. This one, 12.7. But that the lowest is always going to be 12.7. And then the highest is gonna be something like 70-ish. Like it's a really subtle layer, but what it's adding is actually quite interesting. It's so weird though, but yeah, I do think we need some start some drums as well. So let's take a sip of my drink. Automate F to C. Yeah, that resonator thing, maybe. Like if this would be minor, like we can, let's see what that sounds like. So we, which notes do we get? That one is in the scale. That one too. That one as well. That one too. Just that D note is not in the scale, but maybe that's actually gonna sound cool. That's so weird. Like that would be F to C, I guess. I'll see what I'll do. But having that on F actually worked, so... Okay, we have a limiter at the end, that's good. Let's play around with that, because it's still set to just a default thing. So let's do this. And let's bring this one up a little bit. Now we're basically just doing clipping. Basically bringing up the level so that we have a more sustained... You can see it in right here as well, it just looks better on the sub. Yo, Dr. Onishi, where are we at? Well, we processed a sine wave with a huge effects chain into something interesting. The effects chain is getting huge, by the way. Another rack here. I love it. It's so good. It's just a gigantic processing chain. You can see the CPU thing right now, right? Let's see, where is that? That should be somewhere here. How do I show that? Where does it show the CPU thing here? Do I need to bring this up? How did you do that? You could see the CPU per meter, right? Per track. I would love to know how much CPU this is using. How did you do that? How do you need to turn that on? Not that. Does anybody know? How do you show the CPU use on the meters? I'm in live 11, so... Should be here. It's one of these things. Oh, there we go. Is that the CPU meter? Yeah, the CPU load meter. There we go. It's oh, a pretty shitty CPU meter, to be quite honest. Just give me a percentage, you know? Just give me a percentage there, that would be way better, but whatever. Yeah, it's using quite a bit. But hey, that's what we're here for, right? Okay. Let's close these all down. So yeah, just to show you, this is what we started with. And I added the FM thing later, so this was actually what we had. And that's what turned into this gigantic thing. Cool. Now I already have a sidechain set up, so I can really easily put this one on here after the limiter. And let's just take, for now, output of sidechain triggers. which is not doing anything. Because that is probably because it's turned off. Is that it? Really? Can I just do... Why didn't they just add one called no output? That would be great. How did I do that earlier? I actually did it earlier. I'm not sure how. Oh, like that it works. Free effects. No. Why is it not working? Because it is sending audio from these into the group. Well, I mean, we can trick it. Sidechain triggers. Sidechain. Yeah, let's just... God damn it. Let's call that sidechain. So now we have another group in there. Cool. Take the output of sidechain triggers. What the fuck? Huh? What the... Okay. Sidechain kick. That works. Sidechain triggers. Oh, wait. Why is this not outputting anything? Why is there nothing coming in here? While we do have... Oh, okay. Well, whatever, but that fixed it. But why if I solo this, it's not doing anything? That's weird. Wouldn't it just be going into the group then still? Well, whatever, I'm making this way too complicated for myself. Let's, ungroup. Ungroup, I'm just gonna leave them like that. Sidechain, kick. And sidechain, snare. We're like, we can change this pattern up completely and we're gonna get a completely different thing, so that's the whole thing. I haven't done this to drums, but before we do anything actually, let's just bounce this one as well. Let's make sure that we have this as a sample. So I'm just gonna do an audio track, set the output to track 13, and let's resample. Where's the... Oh, here, okay. Let's just do one with without the chord layer. I might want to do it without the limiting though, or at least with the limiting a bit lower, so that I can always add more limiting, but decreasing the limiting that it's already applied is quite hard, so... Okay, let's move that aside. let's bring this one up. Let's do one with that. Now I do think the flanger's a bit much, maybe. Let's bring the amount down a bit. Bring dry wet down. Cool, let's bring this down a bit. Like that. Let's record that as well. Okay, cool. So now we at least have those two saved. And we can just move on with playing around with this. Those stabby ones are really nice. I think it's these ones right here, these two. Oh, these two. That first one and then that one, those two are really cool. And then those as well, indeed. So those kind of became like stabbier. And that's really cool. I like that. Let's play around a little bit more with the wavetable in here. Let's go to a different one. And we have something controlling this. Yeah, that and the other one. Let's bypass both of them for now. So we can hear what that's doing. Really weird stuff. Okay, let's that one is still, yeah, that one is still doing stuff. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now let's do that. And let's go into the matrix again, and then we had LFO1 to the warp, and the note modulator was controlling that. Let's not do that. I know a funny thing to do. Let's do the note modulator on the detune. On both of them. And then we need to control how much of that. So let's go into the matrix again. And let's do 50 maybe for both of them. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe 40. So now what we're doing is we're basically giving more unison on the higher notes. Or more detuning, basically. Getting fucking wild. Ooh. Do you hear that? And that's what I mean with not doing a lot of stuff in the patch first, because that's what we did at the start. I said, like, I'm not gonna do anything in Serum at the start. Just start with that sine wave with a little bit of noise, and that's it. From that point on, do everything with post-processing. And then when you're done and you have something that sounds cool, you can go back into the Serum patch, and all those changes in that Serum patch are now going to make huge differences to the sound that comes out of it. And because you're designing the patch into the processing chain, you come up with completely different things that you would normally never do. Because let's listen to what this sounds like without any of the processing. Like, no way you would ever make a patch that sounds like this and go like, yes, fuck yes, that's it boys, fuck yes, I'm banger incoming boy, banger incoming. Like, no, you would go, dude, that sounded shit. Right? It's the processing that makes it interesting, and because of all that processing, we make changes to the patch that, yeah, it would just, you would not do that otherwise without the processing. Like, just listen. Holy shit. That higher one. That's great. That's sick. Let's resample this one as well. Bring this one down a bit so that we have the same gain. That higher part is sick. Awesome. We're getting sick sounds, by the way, right now. I'm loving this stream. That was a good choice. Beef it up again. We want to have it loud. Smashing. Try higher still. Yeah, I want to do some other stuff as well. Let's another thing that's also fun. Duplicate this one. And let's just go to this one now. Let's double click. Make sure this is highlighted. So click the loop bar or whatever it is. just make sure that entire thing is highlighted, because if you don't, then I'll show you. If you just do this and select all the notes and then do ×2 right here, you get this, right? It just doubles the length of the MIDI notes inside of the clip, but it doesn't adjust the loop length. So if you undo that and then click this instead and then do ×2, bam. It just makes the entire loop and the notes in that loop twice as long. So now we have a MIDI clip that's twice long. That's also why I duplicated it, so that we don't destroy the original patch. But now I'm going to extend this so that we basically have twice the length of what we originally had. And now I'm going to go in here. I'm going to bring up all the automation. Luckily we only have 2. Select this automation, if I can, like that. And let's stretch this automation. So I'm just selecting, okay, we can only do one at a time. Selecting that, creates these little dots, see them? Those are sort of like handles that you can use to change the shape of your automation, like that for instance. But if you hover here in the middle, there's also a dot right here. You almost don't see them. It's like little dots that appear. And in the middle right here, that's the one for stretching horizontally. So you can do this. Flip. And now the automation is also twice as long. So now we can go into the serum patch. And because we have this controlling the length of the entire patch, we can just maybe make this 1 second. And then do the same thing here, maybe make that one slower as well. Let's go 3. Let's see what we get. So that way we now get longer variations of the same kind of sounds. We can play around with this patch here, maybe make this a different shape. Getting so fucking weird, but sick as well. Let's play around with the face. Like, this is almost not doing anything anymore because it's just so much stuff going on. I mean, I guess it's doing something, but do you hear it? Let's see. Oh yeah. That's sick. Okay, let's record one more. I'm just recording a bunch of stuff. Like, this is not called a sound design stream for nothing. Oh, for some reason, oh, my bad. We need to set this to track 14. And I need to back off the limiter so that we have the same gain. So many good sounds in it. Cool. Now we have a slower one as well. Oh. Make one more of the slower one. Different shape on the LFO. That's sick as well. I like that a lot as well. So let's record that one too. Those stabby hits are... yes. I can see that we have plenty of headroom here with the sub, so I can really smash that into some distortion still, or into a limiter. Yeah, the slower attack one is also cool. Might record that one too. Those last bits are a bit too high, but hey, we don't care, because we don't have to use all of it. See, we can do a slower one as well then, because hey, maybe go up to somewhere here right away so that we kind of have sub. You can also just do that, you know, record a really subby one. There's some really good parts in that. I didn't get the narrow grid in my template. I tried it as well, but it doesn't work. Yeah, they're just envelopes. Attached to the volume, basically, and a couple of other things. But it's mostly just a volume movement that is then being driven into the processing, so the louder things get, the more they get squashed into the processing. So it's just, that's kind of what's happening. That first one. Boom. That's cool. Yeah, you can do it with any synth. Any wavetable synth would be good. Because it's really just the processing. That's what is really doing it. It's really just the processing that's doing all the work. It's not the patch. The patch itself is super basic. Like again, we can check now again, like what this sounds like before all the processing. And I'm gonna just take all of this and group it one more time, so that we just have one group with all the processing. Let's see what this patch sounds like. That's literally it. Let's try something like this. So fucking weird. Oh yes, totally. I might even drop these as a sample pack. on my Patreon. Pretty nice. We're actually making a whole bunch now. Did I put the limiter back up? No. Okay. Dispatch has just gotten louder. Whatever. Oh, that's doing weird stuff, but I kind of like it. Ooh. Those low ones. That attack on those. Nice. Those are worthy of a resample. No, we're just doing a resample session now. Like the moment you find something like this, you just want to get those sounds before you lose them. Because you can always cut something out later, right? The punchy one is sick. Those lower ones are dung dung. And that first one as well, bang. Those are good. Like holy shit, we made a lot. I think this could go on the Patreon. To be quite honest. There's so many good sounds in this. And then that entire processing chain in front of it, after it as well, which is just so much going on. That's our patch. Yeah, I figured, let's do a different MIDI pattern in this. Let's do... Ah, that's also... That's also getting a lot of the... taking off a lot of the higher end. Okay, let's try some higher things as well. I want some higher notes. But it needs to do... Let's see, how can we do this? Oh, we have the note modulator. That worked. Sounds really weird right now, but bear with me. Interesting. It's not doing the thing I want on the higher notes. Maybe because of the FM, to be quite honest. The note modulator is also controlling that. Let's decrease this. Can I... There we go. Now we get stuff on the high end that I want. Now we should be able to do some really weird stuff. Oh. Oops, that's the wrong one. We were in this one. Were we in this one? Yeah. What did I do? No. Now we got kind of interesting things. The pitch envelope is getting a bit too much as well. Can we do an inverse? Where's the pitch envelope? That's this one, I think. LFO 2. Yeah, master tuning. It's not being controlled by anything. We cannot do the note modulator in the opposite direction. That's kind of annoying. We could do the velocity though. If we just do the opposite shape of that. I mean, we're not using velocity sensitivity anyway. Or is this actually controlling that? No, we need to set that up if we want it to be velocity sensitive. So, if we do the opposite of that here, then now in theory, there should be no pitch bends on the higher notes. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, but the velocity is of course. Then we need to make the... Oh yeah, I know what I need to do. Let's just do this. And now I can play around with the velocity to control the depth of the pitch bend. Hey! So if I want, for instance, I hope I did it in the right one. Yeah, cool. So let's just keep it then like this. So low velocity is no pitch bend, higher velocity is pitch bend. So interesting. So weird. Last ones. This one sounds pretty cool. Already on here. Yeah, I know, the high ones with the FM sound nice. And the low ones sound nice. Like that. I'm probably gonna resample that as well. Just for the higher ones. Oh. Make sure we do that. Okay. That was a little bit longer than I initially planned, but there's some interesting ones in that. Is that the entire thing? Oh, that's it. I'll have some ones for Patreon probably. I'll probably drop those on Patreon just for the fun of it. Let's remove that one and go back to the other one, the faster one. And let's make some drums. Let's make some drums. Get started with that. Not necessarily to the bass, because I might change that bass pattern to fit the drums, because I didn't really make them with any drums in mind. It was just sound designing bass. That was the main goal for today. But before we do that, I need to take a fucking piss. Okay? So I'll just grab you guys this one. And I'll be back in just a little bit. Happy birthday, Vic. By the way, happy birthday to you. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit, and then we're gonna continue working on this. It's probably gonna be interesting. I hope. I'm gonna grab myself another drink as well, and I'll be back in probably a minute or so. See you guys in just a bit. Okay. We're back. Stop. Putting that back on. Okay. Meteor fall tonight. Wasn't it last night as... Or was it last night as well? And the night before? Okay, let's make some drums, I guess. I already had this very basic which is very basic. Let's just start with smashing a Pro L on the kick. just clipping it. Whatever. I hate making drums, so annoying. That one sounds like shit. Let's see what we can do with this. So it's on C now. We can also make it F. Let's see what we get then. Do -7. That would be a low F. Okay, what is controlling that? Okay, that's short. Probably don't want it that long. And I'll add a layer to it as well. Oh, that's the second. That's this one. Just like adding a little... Kinda sounds cool. Let that in. That's like a pitch envelope, I think. Yeah, that's just a pitch envelope, really short, just adding a click at the start. Let's also smash the limiter on that. Let's just take the same one. The noise one, is that this one? Yeah. So that'll be the starting point for our drums for now. What should we add? I could do addictive drums. Haven't done that in a while. Let's just set up a basic pattern. Just copy the kick snare pattern for now. So we can work on this. I'm also gonna adjust this. We don't need that. We can just have them be centered. I'll leave that off. Okay, let's start with making the snare drum shorter. Let's find a nice snare drum, because we need one that has a bit of a ring to it. And that one doesn't, like even if we make it longer. It doesn't have like that metallic-y kind of ring-ish thing. Don't know which one has that, to be quite honest. Well, that one does. Let's also turn this one on. Both of those. And I'll just, for the sake of it right now, just add some hats as well, because... Come on. Don't be annoying. Or should I just do every first one? For now. Let's bring them down a bit. We need probably a different hat as well, but... Cool, for now, so we can work on it. I wish it was longer. Oh, let's bring that down. Which one is gonna be good? What do we get here? I think actually that one is quite good, but we need a better snare drum though, one that is, I don't know, which one? Oh wait, I might have to try that one. That thing is so subtle. Like, look at it. I'm doing a minus 24 decibel cut. Okay. It is that you're saying it. Doesn't really sound like a minus 24 dB cut, but whatever. I'm aware it sounds like shit right now, but bear with me, boys. Let's go and do... Let's do a bit of this. We will get there, don't worry. That's quite a lot of sub from the kick. We don't need that much in this because we have a separate kick, but who knows? We can always filter it out again. Weird break. I think it does do anything, but it's only doing it on the snare drum channel. So, for some reason, we also have the overroom, or well, not for some reason, but we also have these and the bus. And on all of those, it has a separate EQ. So if you EQ right here on the snare channel, it's really not gonna do that much of an effect because there's all the processing happening on here. And I have an idea or a suspicion that the processing on the snare group is happening after this, after these sends right here, that send it to the room and the overhead. So I guess that the channel the signal coming into the overhead and the room is basically just the unaffected snare drum channel, basically. At least that's what I think. Add some more notes in there. Let's just add those in between. And let's play around with this snare drum, because I don't think I like this one. Like, it's alright, but... I'm looking for one that has a good amount of sort of like metallic-y kind of ring to it. So that one kind of works. And we also need to check out what the pitch of these snare drums is, by the way. Because that's also really important. Let's just let's mute the kick drum for now. So we actually get this. So that's C sharp. The snare drum was doing F. So we can go up around 4. Ooh. Now it's E. That's high, but might actually work. Ooh, what does that do?
It's a cool sound. I would like to know the performance of your PC. I am considering replacing my PC.
My PC is pretty alright. I have a i7-7820X with 64GB of RAM. GPU isn't that interesting. It's just a GTX 1060. But other than that, like, the rest is pretty good. So I'm doing pretty well. But I've put like a lot of money into my computer, into my PC as well. So thanks for that donation, by the way. Let's see if we can make this work with our digital layer. I'll just do a little sidechain to the snare drum. My snare drum is way too low. Let's go +5. Oh, that's weirdly high. That's the noise. Let's get rid of the noise for now. Okay, that's what the transient is doing. It needs some what is controlling the level? This. I'm so bad at making snare drums. I'm so shit at making snare drums. Guys, teach me. Teach me how to make a snare. How to synthesize a snare. I always usually what I do is I just make them from samples, but I kind of want to be able to synthesize them better. Now, like, I kind of want to get into synthesizing them more. Let's try one from scratch, because this one is kind of shit. Let's do remove this. We have nothing. Let's take a serum. Okay. Now this is C. I'm just gonna make them F. That could be so like the body. And we can also go for... But honestly, I think I like a sine wave more. So I'll just grab this one. But making sure that it's not on 0 phase already gives sort of like a click at the start. It just kind of already gives it like a little click. We can bring the attack all the way down. Then we get more of that. Yeah, we need probably one at the... Like, we can do a really fast one. Let's just do something like that. I don't know, 1/64th maybe. Put that on there. Set it to envelope, of course. So we get a bit of that. We can blend it in. I think that might actually be good. Then we have noise. You probably take one of these. Bright white. And yeah, we can do that, of course. Have this too. But honestly, it probably needs more something that is like... like that. Like, that's making drums is so fucking long. You can always shorten it later. Let's take EQ. We're quite low from the looks of it. Let's try set it very high. What? That would be better, actually. There we go. There we go. That's getting more like it. Just had to look up real quick to see where we were. Now we are more in sort of like snare drum territory. Like the other one is a snare drum too, but it's quite low pitched for a snare drum. For drum and bass at least. Start with that one. Let's see. Do can try adding another layer to it. Let's see. Should try maybe a lower layer. That's weird. No, that's weird. Let's just not do that. I do kind of wonder what it sounds like in C though. But that's really easy to check because we can just put this in front of it and do -5. That would also work. This one is in C now. Wait. -5? Am I correct? No. Oh yeah. Checking it in C. It was F and I checked it in C. This one, the Addictive Drums one, it's also hitting F. So if I do 4. Yeah, okay, come on. Close enough. Okay, that would work. Let's see what happens if we do some transient shaping on that acoustic layer as well. I might want to change the snare drum in Addictive Drums later, but we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I definitely needed to have higher harmonics. So we get more bang. It doesn't have that right now. But I saw this thing. What if we change this to 5? That's interesting. Now the overheads and the room have a higher pitch on the harmonics. And the root as well, I think. That's more like what we need. But I'll try out a couple of the different ones now as well. Now we have some more processing on it. That's really interesting though, this setting. Definitely interesting to play around with. I should have a little bit of bass underneath it. Well, we actually have. But it's completely... oh, what did I do? Oh, let's undo that. It has no sidechain right now, but now it should. That might be better to do, because then we can actually hear what it sounds like in context with that bass, even though the bass pattern might change. Although I almost don't hear it, because of the bass being so fucking mental. Just decrease that a little bit. Do we really have to smash this even harder? I mean, we can, don't worry. Which should we take? Harmonic control? I mean, I guess we need to. So that we can hear it above the bass. That sounds so fucking weird. Where's that pitch thing coming from? Am I crazy? Is that the distortion? Really? Oh, it is. Interesting. Let's try a different one. Let's just do... I don't know, grainy. That sounds a bit better. Ooh, that one has... That kick drum is so bad right now, but hey, don't worry. We'll let the kick drum alone for now. Like, we don't even need these other snares for now. Definitely sounds better. Hmm. Doesn't have the... Damn it. Let's, for now, take one of those ones with the... Where are they? Let's just take that part for now, which has a bit more low end so I can properly hear it. Still made from the same thing, so... Yeah, that's better. I can actually hear what I'm doing. Let's just beef it up a bit so that we have a nice amount of sub. Yeah, true, you're right, but I want to get at least a nice... That's definitely better. That's way better. I like that a lot more, actually. That'll work way better. that snare works. Let's group those. Is this actually the same? No. Okay, let's... That's it. Okay. Let's just do that. Holy shit, that's so annoying. I'm clicking too fast. Snare. AD snare. Because we're clipping like crazy. Now we can let's just whack transient master on it. Now I'm thinking it might be nice to squash some of the low frequencies of the snare drum in the acoustic one and squash those down. So I guess I could use like right there. Where's the sidechain again in here? I know you can sidechain this. How do you sidechain it? Oh, well, we have a sidechain input here. I see, suddenly. To what? To what should I sidechain it? I guess I can just do the sidechain snare. So is that now going to... If I make it dynamic? Like, is that now responding to the sidechain? I'm not sure. I know there is a thing somewhere for sidechaining. Yeah, I'm looking for where the sidechain thing is again. I never use it in here, but now I kind of want to use it. And I wonder where that was. I know you can sidechain this thing, but... External sidechain. So now that should be responding to this sidechain thing. Let's try if that's indeed correct. It is. It seems to be. One thing I want to check is what does that sound in mono? I might want to do this on the acoustic layer. Just take like this. If we can do it in here. No need. And in the side channel, let's do this. Stereo placement side. Just roll this off a little bit. Which is gonna get rid of some of the metallic ring. Yeah, I did that. Or double time your trigger or something to check. Yeah, that could also work. Like, something like, this. I guess. Now it should also... Let's do that. Yeah, it's working. Now this is, of course, by doing that, we're getting rid of some of the ring. See? Which kind of nice, but I don't think we need that much in the sides. Do a little bit of that, maybe? And then instead, in the mid channel, we'll just add a little boost. And just make that stereo placement mid. Turn that into a bell. Just do a little around here. So we're still having some width. Just a little less. And now, if we now check this in mono, sounds like that. And in stereo it sounds very similar, but it still gets a little wider. So that is kind of what you want. Especially for sounds that are that important in your track. Like if it's a synth sound or a pad or something, I don't give a shit if it sounds quite different in mono. You know, it's mostly just stuff in the background and stuff that just sits there to kind of make the track feel more full, right? So, but for something like your drums or your bass, I most of the time try and get them, at least in mono, to sound at least as powerful as they sound in stereo, if you get what I mean. I don't want them to lose a lot of power or body. That's what I want to keep in mono. But it's fine if it gets a little wider, for instance. That's great. That's only going to make it sound even better. But if you really lose a lot of power, for instance, or let's say sometimes you'll have maybe a sample where that, which is a stereo recording, and where the ring, the metallic ring in the snare drum sample, for instance, is mostly sitting in the sides. And in the center, in the mid, there's a lot less of that ring. And if you'll then sum it to mono, well, you actually heard it just now. That's this one actually had that too. Without this mid side EQ, if I even just take that off. And then this is the regular one. See how different it sounds? It just sounds a lot more powerful in stereo. Because there's a lot going on in the sides, which is great. It sounds great in stereo, but the moment we sum that to mono, we lose a lot of that. And suddenly the snare drum sounds a lot weaker. And that's not what you want. So it's better to treat that, make sure that you kind of just get rid of a little bit of that stuff in the sides, which is obviously going to make it sound less hyped in the stereo field, but okay. I would rather have that and make it sound similar when it's summed to mono than have something that sounds really hyped in the sides, and then suddenly when it's played in a club which uses a mono setup, then bam, your snare drum suddenly sounds weak because you've been writing your track around a snare drum that had a lot of side information. So yeah, like it does make it sound bigger. But we can add that stuff now again afterwards, but add it in a way that doesn't fuck with the stereo, or we can make the snare drum bigger again now. We can after doing this, we've removed something which made it sound weaker, but now we can work on making it bigger again. But because we now have a cleaner starting point, it's still gonna sound good in mono pretty much regardless of what we're gonna do to it, unless we're gonna do like some crazy stereo effect on it. But that's usually what I do. If I have a sound that has a specific frequency range, a lot of in the sides, and I want that to be more in the mid, then usually I just do a mid-side EQ. Take something out from the sides and then boost in the same range in the mid-channel. And that way you kind of adjust that balance and make it more mid-heavy instead of side-heavy, which is going to make a huge difference. And like I said, if it's a synth sound or a layer or a vocal layer that is just sitting in the background or something that's just adding some character, nobody cares, you know? But if it's a snare drum or a kick drum, you don't want that, right? A kick drum is even worse if it has a lot of side information. Like, that would be even worse. Imagine just having your track played out in a club by a DJ and you're super hyped and he plays the track and there's no kick drum because it completely cancels itself out. That would be fucking hilarious. That would be an anticlimax drop. So yeah, that's, you know, stuff to at least keep in mind. And with designing drums, that's definitely something I would pay a lot of attention to. But that's getting somewhere. We can see what happens if we compress it a little bit. Maybe just add a little glue compressor. Use the clipping in here, maybe. Maybe even after it. Just, let that initial transient sort of like come through. And then smash that into the clipping. You can see we can go pretty far. This is around where the sweet spot sits, somewhere around here. Brings out the tail again a little bit, which is nice. And it really clips that initial first transient. See? Every time the snare hits, that clipping is just turning on, because that transient is basically, because the attack is 10 milliseconds. That initial transient for 10 milliseconds is just let through. And then it starts compressing it down, so the transient is now really being pushed into the soft clipping, which is just adding some extra harmonics in that transient, making it sound slightly heavier in a way. Snares just sound better in this genre when they aren't so transient heavy. It depends. It depends what type of track you're doing. It really depends on that. Sometimes you want to have more snare drums that are more like claps or rim shots even, or ones that are more like sampled acoustic ones. But sometimes you want to have a bit of a transient. But I feel the thing with drum and bass snares, at least modern drum and bass, the transients can be still quite loud, but they're just really short. That's the main thing. If you look at, for instance, a dubstep snare, that initial fundamental frequency in the snare drum is probably maybe even a full beat long, or maybe a dotted quarter note long, and then the noise comes in. But with like, or maybe the noise comes in a little bit earlier, but usually the fade between the fundamental frequency and the noise is a lot longer, and it sort of like fades out gradually, compared to with a drum and bass snare. It's just so short. Everything is made really tight. And if it's really tight, the tighter something is, like the shorter something is, you can usually get away with it being heavier and louder as well, because it's just so short. And then it's just gonna become punchy in a way, I guess. Thick sausages is all we love. That's gonna be clipped. Oh yeah, I could just copy this to there. That's actually quite cool. And remember, this is still the one that we can change up, and we have all of this stuff in here to change, play around with all of that. So if we're gonna write a track with that, then we can really go crazy with this. Play around with this shape as well. Maybe make a completely different MIDI pattern that fits the drums, but that already kind of works. I mean, I use limiters as well, but I usually really do it on the tracks, if you get what I mean. Like, I have a limiter sitting on the kick drum, just literally just smashing that into a limiter, and it's not even limiting it, it's just clipping it. Like, the attack is 1,000 milliseconds. No, not even, it's 10,000 milliseconds. So, that's just not doing anything. And the release is 0 milliseconds, so it's literally just clipping the hell out of this. And let's bring this down. So it's just clipping it off, which is, I mean, if you're making heavy drum and bass, clipping is a good friend. Is your good friend. I actually have a couple of plugins for it as well, to be quite honest. I got that Van Audio free clip thing, which is kind of good. This one, that one is kind of good. Not sure why we get a black thing at the bottom, but whatever. This one is kind of alright. Let's try it on the snare drum. Do a little bit of we're actually getting some noise on the till coming from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from, but we'll have to figure that out. You hear that? The little suction. This one is quite nice. But I also have, of course, my good old friend, K-Clip. Jesus, can we not make that smaller? Okay, well, whatever. That's huge. Why is it so big? Holy shit. We can make it smaller. K-Clip is pretty good, actually. I really like this one. For some reason, the broken speaker actually sounds pretty cool. Whoa, that's weird. It literally just cancels itself out with the dry wet. What? Not sure that's supposed to happen. Interesting. That one sounds heavier. Yeah, these are basically just different clipping algorithms. You can mid... Yeah, I think you can. By doing this, it's now mid. Adjust the mid-side stereo field ratio prior. Jesus, couldn't we formulate that a little bit more scientific? Holy shit. Adjusts the mid-side stereo field ratio prior to what? Okay. When centered, the input stereo image is left unaltered. Is pre-clipping in single band and... Jesus, who wrote this tooltip? Sorry, Casrock, I mean, I love your plugins, but who writes the tooltips? Does the person need, like, maybe... I don't wanna sound like a dick, but... an English lesson? I'm trying to make sense of it. Adjust the mid-side stereo field ratio prior. I would expect something after prior so that it tells us prior to what it adjusts it, but okay. When centered, the input stereo image is left unaltered. Okay, I get that part. That is okay. It's not doing anything when that is centered. Is pre-clipping in single band and post-clipping in multiband? I'm sorry, I don't get it. It sounds like it's just it almost sounds like it's just a control between the mid and the side. Just like a... Because now, at 100% I only hear the sides. And that's correct, because the fundamental is completely mono. There's nothing stereo in the fundamental of the digital snare that I made in Serum. Only the noise and the stuff in the acoustic snare drum is stereo. The noise in the digital snare drum, in fact, is also mono, because the noise samples in Serum are mono. So that's why we're now only hearing the side information. So that's literally what it's doing. At least that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it's literally doing that. Just doing the same thing as taking a utility and just doing this. Oh no. Let's do... what was that again? How do we do that again? It's mid-side mode. Like this. It's just a little louder. But it sounds the exact same other than that. It's like literally just a bit louder, but... other than that, it sounds pretty... darn similar. So it's applying some clipping to the sides, probably. And it's increasing the clipping as well or something. But other than that, it's not... Yeah, exactly. That is what I would expect as well. But it doesn't sound like that's doing it. It's... well, I guess it's doing that, but it's also decreasing the mids completely. Which is not what I would want. I would like this to just only control the ratio going into the clipper. But leave the volume the same. So basically just say like... the volume is just gonna be, like now it's actually, if we put this at 100%, it's actually completely removing the mids. Which is kind of weird. I wouldn't want that. Exactly, kinda, you know? Like, I would just... by bringing this up, I would expect that it now only clips the sides. That is what I would expect. Which I guess it's doing. It's only clipping the sides because we're now only sending the side to it. Hey! I guess it makes sense. Because now we could bring the mix down. But then it's also mixing the clipped side back in with the unclipped side. So no. No. It's actually no. It's what this should do, in my opinion, by bringing this up to 100%, we should hear the unclipped mid channel and the clipped side channel. That is what we should hear, in my opinion. And the same thing for bringing this all the way down. Then I would like to hear the clipped mid channel and the unclipped side channel. But that's not what it's doing. And that tooltip, holy shit, that really didn't make anything more clear. Even now I know what it's doing. Adjust the mid-side stereo field ratio prior to the clipping, I guess. Maybe wanna add that, but then when centered, the input stereo field is left unaltered. That's what we get. Is pre-clipping in single band and post-clipping in multiband. Oh wait, what? Do we have a multiband option in this plugin? Where do we have bands? Wait, now you're telling me something. Bands? Oh. So, it's pre-clipping in single band and post-clipping in multiband. Okay, it's just a really broken English thing, basically. But is pre-clipping in single band and post-clipping in multiband? Yeah, but then still it's not gonna do much. Like even if we do it in multiband, then it's still probably gonna do the same thing. Like if we bring the side all the way up, mid channel is completely gone. It just does it post clipping. So it still behaves the same way. That's a little odd. I wouldn't do it that way, to be honest. But I don't know. I didn't make the plugin. I would do it. I would do that different. You know. I would like I said. I would like to just make that control sort of like control how much of the clipped channel you're hearing and how much of the unclipped one you're hearing, so you can kind of blend it in a way, which you can of course with the mix, but that mix is going to be the same for the mid and side. So I guess by adjusting that, it's going to be different for the mid and side, but then still, it's kind of finicky, I guess, to control that. It's a really good plugin, though. It's a really good plugin. Don't get me wrong. I've used this a lot on drums in the past, and it can really help to make drums just push through, like heavy sounds, for instance. I can imagine if you're working with, I guess, metal or something like that, and you're trying to make an acoustic drum kit really punch through a fucking wall of sounds of guitars, and like a big bass line as well, then I would imagine that something like this could definitely help with that. Because sometimes just adds that little edge on top of the drums. And especially with designing snare drums, I feel like it really sort of like it clips the transient of the snare drum, of course, which is the fundamental mostly, and it creates harmonics because of the clipping. And depending on the type of clipping, you're gonna get different harmonics as well. I forgot which one did what, but I think soft clipping created odd harmonics and hard clipping created even harmonics, or it was the other way around. So depending on the type of clipping that you're using, you're creating different harmonics as well, and that can really help to make a sound sit well in the mix, or just make a sound nice and heavy. You know, with for instance this kind of instance, without it and with it, it just it brings up the tail a little bit, but it also just gels it nicely together, even though it's only like 1.2 dB here, right? It's not that much. It's just adding a little bit of gain to it, pushing it a little bit, but by doing that, it's also clipping that transient, because the snare drum is already hitting at 0 decibels before going into this. And I guess the same thing is happening here. It's also soft clipping it right here. So it's just another stage of clipping, but with this weird broken speaker one, which kind of makes the fundamental sound kind of cool, the transient. Hard clipping is odd harmonic and soft clipping is even. So I said it the other way around, right? Okay, well, that. It's really cool, like clipping creates odd harmonics. No, not it doesn't have to be. Soft clipping doesn't. Soft clipping creates even harmonics. Ah, fuck. Do you ever had that? You have these little clips on top of your can to open them. One of your mustache hairs getting fucking stuck in that clip and you're taking a sip. Damn, that's annoying. Ugh. And then you pull your mustache hair out. That bass is really, really insane. Let's move you to here. And let's actually duplicate this. That sounded like shit, but let's go back in here. I need to do it while we can hear this thing. I'm probably gonna have one here. It still sounds like shit, but let's see if we can come up with a pattern like that. Snare drum still sounds like shit as well, but is that because we're not... Yeah, we are sidechaining. Let's just boost that up a bit. Oh no, it's not sidechaining. Ah, my bad, my bad. We need that. There we go. Now it's sidechaining. It's getting late, it's 1:24 AM, but I kind of want to keep going, so I might shut up a little bit and talk a little bit quieter. But in the meantime, let's just continue for at least another half of an hour to maybe an hour. You've got some nice grit in the top end of the bass. Yeah, I know. It's like a pretty interesting bass line, actually. Or bass sound. Or detuned sine waves. Ooh, that was actually kind of cool. Ooh. That's even though it goes to a low C, it's kind of cool. Yeah, you know the deal. It's getting late. I need to yeah. Now this part I might want to change though. It also changes over time, of course. Yeah, we were doing a minor ninth chord, if I remember correctly. So we would get a G note in there. We can also try changing the chord to, let's see, that is that's 14, changing that to 13, so it's F sharp. It's so subtle anyway. It does make a change, but it's very subtle. Then we can do Phrygian things. Not that it really matters, because it's more like giving harmonics to the bass at this point. But then we would get this thing in the intro. Instead of having that G, we would get an F sharp. So we would get this. Which kind of cool, to be honest. Weird chord as well, just as weird, so. Ooh, that might be good. Delaying the hell out of these hits. Just making them a 16th note late. And we obviously are gonna have to resample it as well at some point, because you can hear every time this changes, it's sort of like it gets different. Or every time it loops this pattern, it changes. So what I would have to do is take, like, at some point do this. Really? Crashing? Let me do that real quick. Oh boy. Was quite a while since I saved. But I did save. Not that long ago. I mostly did other stuff. Resampling and shit. Oh fucking hell. There we go. I should have the bass still. All I did was record. F. Yep. Yes, recover. Recover. Do your job. Restoring the live set. You better do your job well. The only thing I wonder is if it has saved the snare drum thing. That would be quite shit if it hasn't. And if it hasn't, then I'm probably gonna stop streaming, because then I'm gonna that's gonna be a complete mood killer. Come on, you can do it, Ableton. Recover and reset some of your sins just to piss you off. Exactly. Exactly. The day that they figure out how to recover all of your stuff that you've done inside of a synth, like, it shouldn't be that hard, because Ableton already knows what you've done inside of a synth, right? Because if you save your project, it's also able to save it. So don't end on a downer. I know. It's restoring 60% right now. Well, good time to plug my Discord. If you want to join my Discord server, I have a Discord server about music production, and you can join using that link in the chat right now. And if you're on Twitch, I'll drop that link in there for you as well. Okay, it's definitely doing a lot, because it's now at 66%. 69%. Hey. %. Nice. Okay. Report a crash. No. Fuck you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't need that. Hey. Oh, no, that's a normal grid. Dun dun dun. What does the snare drum sound like? Is that still the same? I think it is. It still sounds quite similar, right? That's what we had. Okay. Oh, I just, one moment. I clicked the channel which has all the processing on it, and, Ableton is hanging. I clicked the channel with the bass. It might be because it needs to fucking first... There's so many things in there. Okay, yeah, it's actually loaded. Nice. There's some weird white line in my project though. Okay, it's gone. Okay. What does that bass sound like? It has actually fucking recovered it. I think it has. Yeah, it has, actually. Amazing, Ableton. Okay, that was weird. Save. Version 1.1. Okay, let's try it again. 16. I'm the track. Like I would now, for instance, say... Kinda like that first one. So now they're exactly the same, basically, and you have the same pattern repeating, right? So that's something I would do now, because then you can kind of maybe add a little fade to the end so that it doesn't click. And that way you can kind of do some really interesting stuff with it. Yeah, but I'm not using the phase in serum anyway, so... Most of the time it just doesn't even recover at all. For me. It just defaults to like a default preset. But it still has the patch, luckily, this time. We're not hearing it, of course, because it's muted. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not making a track today anyway, we're just designing sounds. Let's see, we have... That kick is a bit weak, don't you think? It definitely needs a higher layer to the kick drum. Just copy that one. Yeah, I know, there's an isotope trash on it too, actually, so... You're gonna have to think for a little bit, I know. C1. Something like that. Let's go. I wouldn't like autosave, to be quite honest, because that's only gonna increase the chances that it's going to crash. See, it's the same thing with I play very heavily modded City Skylines, and everybody who does that turns autosave on for a turns it off for a reason, because when you're doing something very process intensive, or very resource intensive, I should say, and then suddenly your application decides to start autosaving, that could cause your system to basically overload and crash. So autosave is actually not that nice at all. And I can imagine with something like music production, where you sometimes have a lot of CPU power being used, it might not be smart to suddenly have something start autosaving. If you get what I mean. Okay, let's see which kick we can use. I know one thing though, in City Skylines they now have a mod which I think also allows you to basically decreases the FPS, or just limits the FPS when it starts saving. So that's kind of smart. Basically somebody, one of the modders, basically wrote a mod that just depending on where in the game you are and what you're doing, it limits your FPS, so that basically your PC is not working as hard, so that kind of helps. But I still have autosave off. It's just... But I mean, yeah, you could have have it a setting, of course, I agree. Okay, this one, it has sidechain from the snare. Let's on this one do from the kick. We can really start adding something to this. Let's turn that one off. Another thing I wish they added here, scroll wheel support for the Q value. This is so annoying that you have to do this with the knob. Why not add scroll wheel control? That would be so much better. It creates a little till, but we can get rid of that. Let's corrupt these two and call that kick. See, it gets a little. Control or Alt? Yeah, okay. That's still. Control or Alt what? Ah, with Alt and then clicking. Huh, that's kind of counterintuitive. Just make it a scroll wheel action. Like, all the other EQs do it that way anyway, so. It's Alt. That's so weird where it's coming from. I don't know. Where the hell is it coming from? Now it's gone. Yeah, like, they should just use universal controls for that, in my opinion. Like, most of the bigger brands all seem to use scroll wheel for the selected node. So just make it scroll wheel, I would say. It just makes it easier. Like ProQ, all of them use scroll wheel for that, so I would do that as well. But they'll probably do that. There's probably loads of people requesting that in the feature request form of Ableton. This is fucking loud as hell, but it is bringing it up. It's just there. It just needs to be cut off with a trend shaper or a gate. Like, that would be the easiest way to do it. Just take a gate, put that on here. And just do... I can see it as well here, that little peak right there. That's that noise. See? If we just put that right there. It's not gonna come through anymore. And now we can actually boost that if we want. I would need something on the transient as well, but something else probably. This is more for like the noise. The noise of the kick. Would probably be more like that. Anyways, yeah, I think I'm gonna stop streaming. It's getting late and my ears are getting fatigued as well. But holy shit, did we make a lot of interesting bass sounds. I have all of those resampled things. I'll see, maybe I'll post them on Patreon. I love that higher one. You just take that and cut it out and just use that in a track. It's a weird sound. Really cool sounds. There's some really heavy ones in here. Those kind of parts. Whew. That one. Like that is just... That hit is just really good. There's some really good ones in here. Dirty. It's almost a kick. We almost made a kick. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week for sure. I don't think there will be an extra stream this weekend. Sometimes I do that, but I don't think so this weekend. I'm gonna get my second COVID shot, so probably wouldn't. I don't really think I'm gonna be up for streaming. It's gonna be my second one, and I hear from a lot of people that the second one fucked them up. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel this upcoming weekend. But we made some good weird. A lot of weird sounds that we can use for sure. So, thanks a lot for being here. If you wanna come have a chat or join and hang out, then you can join using the Discord link in the chat right now. If you wanna help support me and support these streams, then you can support me on Patreon. There you can also find extra downloads and stuff. Serum presets, Vital presets. I've got a whole wavetable pack for Vital up there as well right now. What else do we have? Oh yeah, the Ableton racks as well. All the Ableton racks that I make are gonna go on there as well. My second shot was just as easygoing as my first. Really? Which one did you get actually? Like my first one was Pfizer, so my second one is gonna be the same, I think. So I don't know. Like first one was nothing. I had no issues at all. Just a little bit of sore arm the next day, but that was about it. Didn't really care too much, to be honest. Didn't really feel much of it. But I heard a lot of people say like, oh yeah, my first one was like that as well, and then my second one really fucked me up for like 2 days or 1 day. I'm like, okay, well, we'll see. I just took like, what is it called? Not aspirin, but one of those other kind of things. I just took 2 of them. BioNTech, yeah, I think that's the same. That's the same one. It's called BioNTech Pfizer, I think. But yeah, I just took 2 of those before I went there in case, and nothing. So I'll do the same thing again this time, and I'll see. Anyways, thanks for being here. Thanks for the donations. We're 1 or 2, I think, this stream. Not that many, but that's fine. Like I said, I'll be back soon. Next week on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. And if I do any extra streams or whatever, you can always find out in my Discord server. I'll let you guys know before I start streaming. So if you are not a member yet, then definitely join. Now that was gonna be it. Thanks for watching. I'll grab a little outro music real quick. I should have done this already. But we'll just end with yeah, this one. We'll just end with that one. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys again next week. Peace.